Welcome back, peaceful wanderers, to another journey through the veiled mysteries of Scotland's ancient past. Tonight we shall walk paths untrodden, where the old gods still whisper and forgotten spirits dance in moonlight. Join me by the hearth as we uncover tales that time nearly swallowed, where reality and enchantment blur like morning mist upon the mountains. Please consider liking and subscribing to Humdrum History for more journeys into the realm of legend and lore. But now, let us begin our voyage into the unknown. When twilight descends upon the Scottish Highlands and the last rays of sun retreat behind jagged peaks, a transformation occurs that mortal eyes can barely perceive. The land itself remembers what we have forgotten. Ancient bargains struck, old debts unpaid, and promises whispered when the world was young. In a remote valley where the River Dee winds through granite and pine, peat smoke rises from a solitary cottage. Inside, an elder tends her fire, for she knows what the night will bring. The cattle are blessed with iron and salt. The threshold bears marks of protection, and she speaks no name aloud after the sun has set, for names have power in the twilight hours. Beyond the circle of firelight, the ancient ones are stirring. They who were here before the Picts, before the Gaels, before even the standing stones were raised to mark their passing. They watch from the shadows between the trees, patient as only immortals can be, waiting for those who forget the old precautions, who dismiss the warnings as mere superstition. The wind carries voices tonight, not words exactly, but something older, a language of sighs and whispers that speaks directly to the blood and bone of those who listen. This is Scotland when darkness falls, when the veil grows thin, and the land reveals its true nature to those brave or foolish enough to look. And so begins the weaving of our tales, drawn from the deep wells of memory, passed from mouth to ear across centuries uncounted, surviving when so much else has been lost to time's relentless tide. The folklore of Scotland springs not from a single source, but from many streams converging. The indigenous beliefs of those who dwelt here since the ice retreated, the Celtic traditions brought by successive waves of settlers, the Viking sagas that shaped the Northern Isles, and even older things that have no names in modern tongues. Unlike the structured mythologies of Mediterranean civilizations with their pantheons and epic cycles, Scottish legend exists in fragments and whispers. There are no grand temples to these spirits, no systematic theology. Instead, the beliefs lived in the rhythm of daily life, in the offerings left at springs, the words spoken before crossing running water, the careful observance of feast days and dark moons. These were not abstract deities worshipped from afar, but immediate presences that demanded respect and caution. The good folk could bless or blight, the spirits of place could aid or hinder, and the dead themselves did not always rest quietly, but might return with messages or warnings or more sinister purposes. The stories were not mere entertainment, but vital knowledge, teaching how to navigate a world far more complicated than it appeared. Every standing stone marked something. Every ancient tree harbored awareness. Every stretch of water might conceal something watching from below. To know the tales was to possess a map of invisible dangers and hidden allies. When the written word finally captured these oral traditions, much was already lost or transformed. Christian scribes recorded what pagan bards once sang, filtering ancient beliefs through new theologies. What emerged is neither fully one thing nor another, but something uniquely Scottish, pragmatic yet mystical, rooted in harsh landscapes yet soaring with imagination. So gather close, for the tales we share tonight are fragments of that greater tapestry, threads pulled from the vast and tangled weave of Scottish memory, where every glen has its ghost and every loch its legend. On the westernmost shores of Scotland, where the Atlantic hammers against ancient rock and seals bask on storm-smoothed stones, the boundary between human and animal, between land and sea, grows uncertain. Here dwell the Selkies, beings who wear seal skins in the ocean, but can shed them to walk as humans upon the shore. In the village of Caolas on the Isle of Lewis, there lived a fisherman named Tormod. He was neither young nor old, neither wealthy nor poor, but made his living from the sea as his fathers had before him. His wife had died bringing his son into the world, and the boy had survived only 3 winters before fever claimed him. After that, Tormod lived alone in his stone cottage, speaking to few, seeking comfort only in his work. One evening in late summer, when the sun hung low and painted the water gold and crimson, Tormod walked the shore to check his lobster creels. The air was warm and still, unusual for these northern waters, and the sea lay smooth as hammered silver. That was when he heard the singing. The voice was unlike anything he had known, not quite human, not quite animal, but something that partook of both. It rose and fell with a haunting beauty that made his heart ache with a longing he could not name. Following the sound around a jutting headland, he came upon a sight that stopped him dead. On the rocks ahead, perhaps 20 seal folk had hauled themselves from the waves. But they were not seals now. They had shed their dappled skins and stood or sat in human form, and their beauty was terrible to behold. They sang together in harmonies that seemed to rise from the stones themselves, from the sea and sky, from the very fabric of the world. Among them was one who outshone all the others, a woman with hair like midnight water and eyes the colour of storm-dark seas. Her seal skin lay folded beside her, sleek and spotted, still glistening with salt water. Tormod knew the tales. If a mortal man took a Selkie's skin and hid it away, she could not return to the sea. She would be bound to him, forced to remain on land, to live as his wife until she found the hidden pelt once more. He knew it was wrong. He knew it was theft and cruelty. But his loneliness was a living thing inside him, gnawing at his bones. And the sight of her beauty struck him like a blow. Before he could stop himself, before reason could prevail, he crept forward and seized the seal skin, bundling it inside his coat. The singing stopped. The Selkie folk turned as one, and he saw awareness in their eyes, knowledge of what he had done and what it meant. Without a word, they gathered their skins and slipped into the sea, disappearing beneath the darkening waves. All except one. She stood alone on the rocks, naked and shivering despite the warmth of the evening, her eyes finding his across the distance. There was no anger in her expression, only a profound sadness that cut him deeper than any accusation. "Give it back," she said, and her voice still carried that unearthly music. "Give it back, and I will remember you with kindness. Keep it, and you will regret this night for all the years that remain to you." But Tormod's loneliness was stronger than his conscience, and he shook his head. "Come with me," he said. "I will give you shelter and protection." I will care for you and treat you well. In time you may come to care for me in return." The Selkie woman bowed her head, and when she raised it again, her eyes were dry and expressionless. "So be it," she whispered. "I will come with you, Tormod of Caolas, and I will be your wife, as mortals reckon such things. But know this, the sea never forgets its own, and one day she will reclaim what was taken." He gave her his coat to cover herself, and she followed him to his cottage. That very night she crossed his threshold, and by the old laws of Scotland this bound them as husband and wife. Tormod hid the sealskin where he believed she would never find it, in a crevice, in the stone foundation of his cottage, sealed behind loose rocks and mortar. Each night he checked to ensure it remained secure, and each night he found it undisturbed. The Selkie woman, who told him her name was Una, though he suspected that was not her true name, became his wife in all outward respects. She kept his house, tended his small garden, and even helped with the mending of his nets. She spoke little and she never sang, but she performed each task with a quiet competence that made his home more comfortable than it had been in years. After a time, Una bore him 3 children, 2 daughters and a son. The children had their mother's dark hair and sea-grey eyes, and they were strange children, quiet and watchful, more comfortable in the water than on land. They could swim before they could walk, and Tormod often found them at the shore, staring out at the horizon as if listening to voices he could not hear. 7 years passed this way. To any observer they seemed a normal family, not particularly happy, perhaps, but content enough. Only Tormod knew the truth of what bound them together, and he told himself that in time Una might forget her origins and accept her life on land. But Selkies do not forget. On the morning of the first day of the 8th year, Tormod set out before dawn to check his fishing lines. A storm was brewing in the west, and he wanted to secure everything before it struck. He was gone for several hours. When he returned, the cottage was empty. Frantically he ran to the foundation and tore away the stones. The crevice was empty. The sealskin was gone. He rushed to the shore, his heart hammering, and there he saw them, Una and their 3 children, standing at the water's edge. She had found her pelt at last, though he never learned how. Perhaps one of the children had discovered it. Perhaps the sea itself had whispered its location. It did not matter now. Una wore her sealskin over her shoulders like a great cloak, and already she seemed less human, her features subtly shifting, becoming something other. The children stood beside her, and he saw that they too had sealskins. Where they had come from, he did not know, but they held them as if they had always known they would someday need them. "Una!" he cried, running toward them. "Please, don't go. What of our children? What of our life together?" She turned to face him, and there was no hatred in her eyes, but neither was there love. "You gave me shelter when I had none," she said. "You were not cruel to me, as some have been to my kind. For this I thank you. And you gave me 3 beautiful children who will live between 2 worlds and belong fully to neither. For this I cannot tell if I should curse you or bless you." "Stay," he begged, "or if you must go, leave the children with me. They are half human. They belong on land as much as in the sea. They belong where I belong," Una said gently. "And I belong to the sea. I have always belonged to the sea. You knew this, Tormod, though you chose to forget. Will I ever see them again? His voice broke. Will I ever see you? Perhaps, she said. When you are old and your time draws near, come to this shore at sunset. If the sea is kind, we may return to bid you farewell. Then she helped the children don their skins, and before his eyes they transformed, woman and 3 small ones becoming sleek seals that slipped into the rising waves. They swam out beyond the breakers, and the last he saw of them were 4 dark heads bobbing in the swell, looking back at him for a moment before diving deep and disappearing. Tormod stood on that shore until long after dark, but they did not return. He lived alone for many more years, growing old and weathered like the stones on the beach. His neighbours thought him strange, for he spoke to no one and seemed always to be listening for something they could not hear. Every evening he walked the shore, searching the waters, but he saw no sign of his wife or children. When he finally lay dying, ancient and frail, his nearest neighbour found him gone from his bed. They searched and found him on the beach at sunset, lying peaceful on the rocks. And around him sat 4 seals, watching over him with eyes too knowing to be merely animal. As the villagers approached, the seals slipped into the water and were gone. But those who were there swore that as they vanished, they heard singing, that same unearthly song that Tormod had heard so many years before, rising from the sea like a blessing and a farewell. They buried him on the cliff overlooking the water as he would have wished. And sometimes on quiet evenings when the tide is turning, people say they can hear singing from the shore, 4 voices joined in harmony, neither quite human nor quite seal, but something that belongs to both worlds and to neither. Thus did Tormod learn what the old ones always knew, that some bargains carry a price beyond imagining, and that what is taken by force, no matter how gently kept, will return to its true home in the end. Before the mountains were mountains and the glens were glens, before even the first humans set foot upon Scotland's shores, the land belonged to the Cailleach, the crone, the hag, the divine ancestress, whose ancient powers shaped the very bones of the earth. She is older than old, this fearsome goddess, older than memory itself. Some say she existed before the world was made, that she herself carved the mountains from formless stone and filled the glens with her breath. Others claim she is winter personified, dying each spring only to be reborn when the cold returns. Still others whisper that she never dies at all, but only sleeps, and that one day she will wake for the final time and undo all that has been done, returning the world to the pristine emptiness from which it came. The Cailleach appears as a giant woman with one eye set in the centre of her blue-grey face, her teeth rust red, her hair white as snow on mountain peaks. She carries a hammer of stone and wears robes of storm clouds, and where she walks, winter follows. With her hammer she strikes the earth and raises mountains. With her staff she freezes rivers and lochs. And with her breath she brings the snow that buries the land beneath a blanket of white silence. In the long ago time when the world was younger and the barriers between divine and mortal were not yet firm, the Cailleach dwelt openly among the mountains. She had 1,000 cattle, white as milk, and each morning she drove them from their byre to graze upon the high meadows. When they walked, frost spread beneath their hooves. When they breathed, mist rose in clouds. And when they shook their great heads, snow fell like petals from cherry trees. The Cailleach had charge of the winter months, from Samhain to Beltane, and during this time her power was absolute. But when spring came, she was required to surrender her dominion to the maiden goddess Brigid, who brought warmth and new growth. This transition did not come easily. The Cailleach resented giving up her power, and she fought against spring's arrival with all her considerable might. There came a winter more bitter than any before, when the Cailleach decided she would not yield her rule. She kept her cattle out past their time, driving them across the land again and again, covering everything in deeper and deeper snow. The rivers froze solid, the animals starved, the people huddled in their homes and watched their stores of food dwindle, and they prayed to Brigid to come and deliver them from the Cailleach's wrath. But Brigid was still young and uncertain of her power, and she feared the ancient crone. She delayed her coming, hoping the Cailleach might relent, might remember the old agreements and honour them still. She did not. The snow fell and fell, the ice grew thicker, and the people began to die. At last, Brigid could delay no longer. She took up her mantle of green and her staff of living wood, and she marched into the Highlands to confront the winter goddess. The two met on the summit of Ben Nevis, the highest peak in all of Scotland, where the wind howls like a living thing and the cold can kill a mortal in moments. "Stand aside, Ancient One," Brigid said, though her voice trembled. "Your time is past. Let spring return." The Cailleach towered over her, blue and terrible, her single eye blazing with cold fury. "Who are you to command me, little seedling? I was old when the first tree sprouted. I will be here when the last tree falls. This is my land, my winter, and I will not yield it to a child who smells of milk and flowers." "You must," Brigid insisted, finding courage in her desperation. "It is the way of things. Winter cannot last forever. The people will perish. The animals will die. Even the land itself will sicken if spring never comes. You know this. You have always known this." "Then let them perish," the Cailleach roared, and she raised her hammer high. "Let them all perish and return to the earth from which they came. I am tired of this endless cycle, tired of being forced aside, tired of surrendering my power to callow youth. If I cannot rule always, then let there be only winter and nothing more." She brought her hammer down with such force that the mountain itself shook. Avalanches roared down the slopes. Boulders broke free and tumbled into the glens below. And Brigid, for all her divine nature, was thrown backward by the impact. But as she fell, something strange happened. Her staff of living wood struck the frozen ground, and where it touched, a single blade of grass pushed through the snow. Then another, and suddenly, impossibly, grass was growing all around them, green and vibrant, melting the snow wherever it spread. The Cailleach saw this and knew she had been defeated, not by force but by the simple, relentless power of life asserting itself. No matter how long or hard the winter, spring would always return. This was the way of things, woven into the fabric of reality itself, and even she could not change it. With a great cry that echoed across the mountains, the Cailleach struck the ground one final time. But this time she struck not in anger but in acceptance. Where her hammer fell, a spring burst forth, clear and cold and pure. She knelt beside it and drank deeply, and as she drank, she began to change. Her ancient face grew younger, her storm cloud robes became lighter, and when she rose again, she was not the Cailleach, but Brigid herself, for they were not two beings but one, two faces of the same eternal cycle, winter and spring eternally transforming into each other. This is the deep mystery that the old ones understood, that the Cailleach and Brigid are one. At Samain, Brigid becomes the Cailleach, growing old and fierce and cold. At Beltane, the Cailleach becomes Brigid, growing young and warm and fertile. They are the year itself, the turning of the seasons, the endless dance of death and rebirth. Even now, they say, the Cailleach walks the mountains in winter. She strikes the ground with her hammer, and frost spreads. She drives her white cattle across the high places, and snow follows in their wake. But she no longer fights against spring's return, for she knows that she and spring are not enemies but partners in the great work of maintaining the world. On Beltane Eve, the old women of Scotland still pour water over the stones at dawn, washing the face of the Cailleach, helping her transformation into the maiden. And in the deep winter, they leave offerings at springs and wells, honouring the ancient power that shapes the land itself. For the Cailleach is Scotland. Her bones are its mountains, her tears its rivers, her breath its winter storm. To honour her is to honour the land. To respect her is to respect the turning of the seasons. And to remember her tales is to remember that even in the darkest, coldest winter, spring waits patiently to be reborn. There are some spirits in Scottish lore that bring not enchantment but dread, and chief among these is the Bean Nigh, the washerwoman, the harbinger of death. She appears at the fords of rivers and streams, bent over her washing, scrubbing and wringing garments that run red with blood. Those unlucky enough to see her know that death is near, for the clothes she washes belong to those about to die. In Glenative, where the river runs swift and cold between steep mountains, a young man named Duncan MacIntyre was returning home late one autumn evening. He had been to the market town to sell cattle, and the way was long. Full darkness caught him while still miles from his home, with only a waning moon to light his path. The glen was eerily quiet that night. No owls called, no foxes barked. Not even the wind stirred the heather. Duncan felt an unease growing in his chest, but he pressed on, for he knew every step of this path and had walked it countless times before. As he approached the ford where the path crossed the river, he heard a sound that made his blood run cold, the rhythmic slap and splash of someone washing clothes in the stream. At this hour, in this lonely place, it made no sense. He should have turned back. He should have found another way. But curiosity and perhaps a touch of skepticism drove him forward. As he drew closer, he saw her, a figure kneeling at the water's edge, bent over her work, her long grey hair hanging like a curtain around her face. She was washing something in the stream, and even in the poor moonlight, Duncan could see that the water around her ran dark. The clothes she worked on were stained crimson, and as she lifted them and beat them against the rocks, red droplets scattered like rubies. A bean nigh. Duncan's grandmother had told him of these creatures, women who died in childbirth and were condemned to wash the burial clothes of the soon-to-die until the day they themselves would have naturally perished. Some said they were omens. Others said they caused the deaths they predicted. Either way, to see one was a terrible thing. Duncan knew the law. If he could approach the washerwoman unseen and suckle at her breast, she would be forced to grant him a wish. If he could grab her and hold on no matter what shape she assumed, she must answer 3 questions truthfully. But if she saw him first, if she called his name before he reached her, his fate was sealed. He crept forward as silently as he could, barely breathing, placing each foot with infinite care. The washerwoman continued her work, seemingly unaware of his approach. He was perhaps 10 paces away now, then 5. Her back was to him, and he could see more clearly the garment she washed. A shirt, he thought, though it was so soaked with blood that its original colour was indistinguishable. 3 paces, 2. Then she spoke without turning, her voice like wind over gravestones. "Duncan MacIntyre of Glen Etive, you have come at last. I have been expecting you." His heart seized in his chest. She knew. She had always known. But still he found his voice and called out the traditional challenge. "Whose clothes do you wash, washerwoman? Whose shroud do you prepare?" She turned then, and he saw her face. It was ancient and terrible, with eyes that held the depths of drowned lochs and a mouth that had forgotten how to smile. She held up the garment she had been washing, and even though the moonlight was dim, Duncan could see it clearly now. His own shirt, the very one he had worn that morning, stained with blood and rent with tears. "I wash your clothes, Duncan MacIntyre," she said. "I prepare your shroud. Before 3 days have passed, you will lie cold in the earth, and your mother will weep over your grave." "No!" The word burst from him. "It cannot be. I am young and healthy. I have no enemies. How can this be?" "The manner of it I cannot tell you," the being nigh replied, "for it is not yet certain. Death comes in many guises and by many paths, but come it will, and soon." Duncan's mind raced. "If I am to die in 3 days, then grant me this. Let me see my death, so I might avoid it. Let me know the danger, so I might turn aside from it." The washerwoman considered this, her ancient face unreadable. "You speak boldly for one who stands in death's shadow. Very well, I will show you, but mark me well. What is seen cannot be unseen, and knowledge of one's death is a burden few can bear." She gestured to the water at her feet, and it grew still as glass. In its surface, images began to form. Duncan saw himself riding his horse along the familiar path home. He saw storm clouds gathering overhead, darker than any natural storm. He saw his horse suddenly rear, spooked by something Duncan could not see in the vision. He saw himself thrown, saw his head strike a rock by the path's edge, saw his horse bolt in terror, leaving him lying still and broken. Then the vision faded, and Duncan stood again by the ford, shaking and cold despite the mild night. 3 days, the being nigh said again, "unless you are very clever, or very lucky, or very brave." She turned back to her washing, dismissing him, and Duncan stumbled away from the ford, his mind churning. 3 days. Somehow, in 3 days, he would ride this path, and his horse would throw him, and he would die. But now he knew, now he could prevent it. The next morning, Duncan told no one of his encounter. Such things were best kept to oneself. But he took precautions. He would not ride for 3 days. He would walk everywhere he needed to go, or better yet, stay home entirely. It was simple. Death could be cheated if one were clever enough. But fate, as always, proved more cunning than mortal wisdom. On the 2nd day, a messenger arrived at Duncan's home. His cousin, who lived in the next glen, had taken gravely ill and was calling for him. Would Duncan come? The family needed him. Duncan refused. He would not travel. He would send his regrets and his prayers, but he would not leave his house. Not until the 3 days had passed. But his mother, who knew nothing of the Bean Nig's prophecy, was horrified by his refusal. "He is your blood," she cried. "He stood for you at your father's funeral. He lent us money when the crops failed. How can you turn away from him now in his need?" Still Duncan refused, though it tore at his heart to do so. He invented excuses, work that could not be delayed, an injury to his leg that made travel difficult. But his mother was not fooled, and her disappointment in him was a tangible thing. On the 3rd day, the final day of the prophecy, Duncan woke with a sense of relief. By nightfall, the danger would have passed. The Bean Nig's vision would have been proven false, or perhaps his caution would have circumvented fate itself. Either way, he would be safe. But late that afternoon, a young boy came running to Duncan's door, out of breath and terrified. "Please, sir, come quick. There's been an accident at the ford. A horse has bolted and its rider is thrown. We need strong men to help." Duncan's blood froze. The ford. A thrown rider. But surely this was someone else's accident, not his own. The 3 days were nearly past. Perhaps this was fate trying one last time to lure him to the appointed place, and if he refused, he would finally be free. But the boy was desperate. "Please, sir." "He's hurt badly, and we can't move him alone. Your house is closest. Won't you come?" What could Duncan do? Refuse to help an injured man? Let someone die because of his own superstitious fear? In the end, his humanity overcame his caution. He grabbed his coat and followed the boy, moving at a run toward the ford. When he arrived, he found several men already there, clustered around a figure lying motionless on the ground. The injured man's horse stood nearby, still skittish and wild-eyed. As Duncan approached to help, the horse suddenly reared and screamed. And in that instant, Duncan understood. He tried to dodge, tried to throw himself aside, but his foot caught on a root and he fell backward. His head struck the very rock that the Bean Nigh had shown him in her vision, the rock by the path's edge, and darkness swallowed him whole. They found him lying there, blood pooling beneath his head, his eyes staring sightlessly at the storm clouds gathering overhead. The men carried him home, where his mother wept over his body exactly as the washerwoman had predicted. That night, those passing by the ford swore they heard strange sounds, the slap and splash of washing, and over it, a voice singing low and mournful in a language no living person could understand. But when brave souls went to investigate at dawn, they found only the empty ford and the river running clear and cold as it always had. The Bean Nigh had finished her washing and moved on, seeking the next soul whose time was drawing near. For such is her nature and her curse, to wash the shrouds of the dying for all eternity, to bear witness to death's inevitability, and to remind mortals that when fate has marked you, No cleverness or caution can turn it aside. Some things, the old ones say, are written in the fabric of the world itself, and not even the gods can change them. The bean nigh is merely the messenger, the one who reads what is already written and announces it to those about to feature in death's great ledger. So if ever you pass a ford at night and hear the sound of washing, turn aside and find another path. For some knowledge is too heavy to bear, and some prophecies once spoken cannot be unmade. Not all spirits of Scottish folklore are dangerous or dreadful. Some, like the brownie, are helpful creatures who attach themselves to households and perform labour in exchange for simple offerings. But even beneficial spirits require respect, and woe betide the mortal who treats them poorly or attempts to cheat them of their due. A brownie is a small, shaggy creature, usually no taller than a human child, dressed in brown rags or sometimes naked entirely. They are shy and prefer to work at night, unseen by human eyes. In exchange for their labour, threshing grain, sweeping floors, tending animals, and dozens of other household tasks, they ask only for a bowl of cream or a piece of oatcake left out by the hearth. In the lowlands near the town of Peebles there stood a prosperous farm owned by a man named Robert Thorburn. The farm had belonged to his family for generations, and it had always been blessed with good fortune. The crops grew abundant, the cattle stayed healthy, the house remained in good repair despite the harsh border winters. Robert's grandfather, old William Thorburn, had known the secret of their success. A brownie dwelt in the barn, and each night old William left out a bowl of the richest cream and a fresh oat cake with butter. In return, the brownie worked tirelessly, and the farm prospered beyond the dreams of their neighbours. When William died, he shared this knowledge with his son, who in turn told Robert. "Never fail to leave the offering," Robert's father had said on his deathbed. "Never try to see the brownie at work. Never offer him clothing or thanks too effusive. Keep these rules and the farm will continue to thrive. Break them, and the brownie will leave, and our luck will leave with him." For many years, Robert honoured these traditions. Every night, he left out the cream and oatcake. Every morning he found the bowl licked clean and work completed that should have taken several men to accomplish. The farm prospered, and Robert grew wealthy. But as wealth increased, so did Robert's arrogance. He began to resent the nightly offering. Why should he, a rich man, continue to feed some invisible creature that probably didn't exist at all? Surely the farm's success came from his own good management, not from some superstitious folktale about house spirits. His wife, Agnes, disagreed. Your grandfather and father kept the brownie happy, and the farm thrived. Why risk angering him now? There is no brownie, Robert declared. It's nothing but an old wives' tale. I've never seen this creature, never heard him. For all we know, the barn cats have been drinking the cream all these years. But Agnes was a countrywoman who knew better than to dismiss the old ways. Even if you don't believe, what harm does it do to continue the offerings? The cost is small and the risk of stopping is great. Robert laughed at her fears, but to keep peace in his house, he agreed to continue the offerings, for a time. Then came the summer when the markets were particularly good. Robert sold his cattle and grain for record prices, and his wealth seemed secure. In his pride, he decided the time had come to stop this foolish waste of good cream and oats. "We're done with this superstition," he announced to Agnes. "From tonight onward, no more offerings. You'll see nothing will change. The farm will run just as smoothly as before." Agnes pleaded with him to reconsider, but Robert was adamant. That night, for the first time in generations, no bowl was left by the hearth, no oatcake placed out for the brownie. The next morning, Robert woke to find the barn in disarray. Tools that should have been put away lay scattered across the floor. The stalls, which were always mysteriously clean by morning, were fouled and reeked. The grain that should have been neatly stored was spilled and trampled. "Vandals," Robert declared, though privately he felt the first stirrings of unease. Someone broke in during the night. But there were no signs of forced entry, no footprints except those of the family. And that night, though Robert barred the barn door himself and kept watch from the house, the same thing happened again. In the morning, the barn was even worse. Now tools were broken, equipment damaged, supplies ruined. This continued for a week. Each morning brought new destruction. The animals grew skittish and difficult to manage. The milk cow's yield dropped dramatically. Even the house itself seemed to turn against them. Doors stuck, fires smoked, food spoiled more quickly than it should. Agnes begged Robert to resume the offerings. "It's the brownie. You've insulted him by withdrawing his payment. You must apologize and restore the cream and oatcake before worse happens." But Robert's pride would not allow him to admit he'd been wrong. Instead, he hired workmen to repair the damage and guards to watch the barn at night. But the workmen found their tools missing or broken. The guards fell asleep despite their best efforts to stay awake. And each morning brought new chaos. The farm, once the most prosperous in the district, became a byword for bad luck. Neighbours whispered that the Thorburns had angered the good folk. Potential buyers for their goods went elsewhere. Even the weather seemed to turn against them. Storms struck at harvest time, droughts during planting season. Robert grew haggard and desperate. His wealth drained away as he hired more men, bought more supplies, tried everything he could think of to restore order. But nothing worked. Finally, on a cold autumn night, when the farm teetered on the edge of ruin, Robert swallowed his pride. He took the finest cream from the dairy and baked an oatcake with his own hands, mixing in butter and honey as his grandfather had done. He carried these offerings to the barn and set them by the door. "I'm sorry," he said to the empty air. "I was foolish and prideful. I forgot that the farm's prosperity came not from my efforts alone, but from your help as well. Please, come back. I promise I'll never fail you again." There was no answer. The barn remained silent and still. Robert waited, but nothing changed. Eventually he trudged back to the house, certain that he had lost the brownie forever. But the next morning, when he entered the barn, he stopped in astonishment. Everything was clean and orderly. The tools hung in their proper places. The animals were fed and calm. The work of 10 men had been done in a single night. And by the door, the bowl sat empty and licked clean. Robert wept with relief. From that day forward, he never again missed a single night's offering. He left cream and oatcake faithfully, and sometimes he added extra treats, a piece of fresh bread, a bit of cheese, a cup of ale. The brownie, mollified, returned to his work, and slowly the farm's fortunes improved. But things were never quite as good as they had been before. Some damage, Robert learned, cannot be fully repaired. Some trust, once broken, can never be completely restored. The brownie still helped, still worked through the nights, but perhaps not quite as enthusiastically as before. The crops were good, but not extraordinary. The animals healthy, but not exceptional. When Robert finally died many years later, he left the farm to his son with strict instructions about maintaining the brownie's offerings. "Never take the help of the good folk for granted," he wrote in his will. "Never let pride make you think you've succeeded on your own merits alone. The world is full of forces we cannot see, and the wise mortal treats them with respect." That farm stands still, and it's said that on quiet nights, if you listen carefully at the barn door, you can hear the sounds of work being done, the swish of a broom, the rustle of hay being forked, the soft padding of small feet moving about their business. And every night, without fail, someone in the family leaves out a bowl of cream and a fresh oatcake by the hearth. Some traditions, the Thorburns learned, are too important to abandon, no matter how modern the world becomes. For the brownies remember, they always remember, and they never forget a slight, nor do they forget those who treat them well. Such is the way with the old folk, the hidden folk, the ones who dwell between the mortal world and the realm of magic. Respect them, honor them, and they will help you beyond measure. Insult them, and you may never recover from their displeasure. Of all the mysteries that haunt Scotland's waters, none has captured the imagination quite like the creature said to dwell in Loch Ness. Modern seekers call it a monster, a prehistoric survivor, or a trick of light and shadow. But the old ones know different. They know that what lurks in those dark waters is neither animal nor illusion, but something far older and more terrible, a being born of ancient magic and eternal vengeance. Long ago, before the Romans came to Britain, before even the great stone circles were raised, Loch Ness was not a loch at all, but a fertile glen where a prosperous village stood. The people who lived there were neither Pict nor Gael, but something older, a tribe whose name has been lost to time. They were a proud people, skilled in crafts and magic, and they lived well from the rich soil of the glen. In the centre of their village stood a spring, and this was no ordinary water source. It was a sacred spring, blessed by the old gods, and it possessed healing properties beyond measure. The sick who drank from it were restored. The elderly who bathed in it found their youth renewed. Crops watered with its flow grew abundant beyond belief. But the spring required a guardian, for such powerful magic cannot be left unattended. This guardian was a woman named Maeve, daughter of the tribe's chieftain, chosen for her wisdom and dedication. Her duty was sacred and simple, to ensure the spring's stone cover remained in place at all times except when water was needed, and to perform the proper rituals of thanks to the spirits who blessed it. For 20 years, Maeve served faithfully. Each dawn and dusk, she spoke the ancient prayers. Each time someone drew water, she ensured the cover was replaced immediately. The spirits of the spring were pleased, and the village prospered beyond measure. They became wealthy, their fame spreading throughout the land. But prosperity breeds complacency, and complacency breeds disaster. Maeve had a daughter named Fiona, beautiful and clever, but impetuous and proud. As Fiona grew to womanhood, she began to resent her mother's devotion to the spring. You spend more time with that water than with your own family, she complained. You're the chieftain's daughter, yet you serve like a common handmaid. It's beneath your station. Maeve tried to explain the importance of her duty, the covenant with the spirits, the terrible consequences if the spring were neglected. But Fiona was young and did not believe in consequences. She believed in freedom, in pleasure, in living life as she chose. One autumn evening, during the festival of Samhain, the entire village gathered for celebration. There was feasting and dancing, music and laughter. Maeve, as always, excused herself at dusk to tend to the spring, to perform her evening ritual. Fiona watched her mother leave the festivities and felt a surge of anger. Why should her mother miss the celebration for such a pointless task? The spring had been there for generations. Surely one evening wouldn't matter. Surely the spirits, if they existed at all, would understand. She followed Maeve to the spring and confronted her. Come back to the festival, mother. For once in your life, put your family before this obsession. It's not obsession, daughter. It's duty. The spring must be honoured. One night, Fiona insisted. That's all I'm asking. One night where you dance and laugh with your family instead of muttering prayers to spirits that probably don't even exist. Maeve's face grew stern. You don't understand what you're asking. The spring is not a simple well. It is a gateway, a point where the other world touches ours. The cover keeps not just the water in, but other things out. The rituals maintain the balance. If I fail in my duty, nothing will happen, Fiona interrupted. You've been doing this for 20 years, and I'm sure you've been perfect. Surely the spirits will forgive one evening of celebration. They argued back and forth, and Maeve, worn down by her daughter's pleading and feeling the pull of the distant music, finally relented. Very well, but I must replace the cover first and speak the evening prayer. She removed the stone cover to check the water level, as was her custom, and began her prayer. But Fiona, impatient now that she'd won the argument, took her mother's arm and pulled her away. The prayer can wait. Come. The dancing has already started. And in her eagerness, in her youthful thoughtlessness, Fiona did not notice that the stone cover lay to one side, not quite in its proper place, not quite sealing the spring as it should. Mother and daughter returned to the festival, and for a few hours, Maeve forgot her worry and danced with her family. The moon rose high and full, the celebration reached its peak, and at the spring, unattended and improperly sealed, something began to stir. It started as a trickle, the water flowing faster than it should. Then the trickle became a stream, the stream became a torrent, and the torrent became a deluge. But this was not normal water. This was the primordial flood, the waters of chaos that existed before the world was ordered, the dark tide that the spirits had been holding back for generations. Once unleashed, it could not be stopped. A young boy, passing near the spring on his way home from the festival, saw what was happening and ran screaming back to the village. The spring! The water, it's flooding everything. Maeve heard and knew instantly what had happened. She ran from the festival, Fiona close behind, but even as they ran, they could hear the roar of rushing water growing louder. By the time they reached the spring, it was far too late. The water burst forth like a living thing, a wall of dark liquid that seemed to move with terrible purpose. Maeve threw herself at the stone cover, trying desperately to force it back into place. But the pressure was too great. The water swept her aside like a leaf in a storm. The flood poured down into the village, drowning homes, sweeping away buildings, claiming lives with indiscriminate fury. The people fled to the higher ground, but many were too slow. Many were caught by the rising tide and pulled down into the dark waters. Maeve, standing at the spring's edge, realized what she must do. This was her failure. She had broken the covenant, and there was only one way to appease the angry spirits now. The survivors fled the cursed place, spreading throughout Scotland, carrying with them the tale of what had happened, and Fiona, driven mad by guilt, wandered the shores of the new Loch for the rest of her life, calling out to her mother, begging for forgiveness that would never come. As for Maeve, she remained in the depths, transformed into the creature the world would later call a monster. She is neither fully alive nor truly dead, existing in a state between, bound to the Loch by the spirit's curse. Occasionally she rises to the surface, drawn by some instinct or memory of her human past. Those who see her massive form breaking the water speak of a creature of immense size, with a long neck and humped back, dark and ancient and terrible. But those with the sight, those who can perceive beyond the physical, they see something else. They see the remnants of humanity in those eyes. They see the eternal grief of a guardian who failed in her duty, cursed to swim endlessly through the dark waters that drowned her people, unable to die, unable to be free, unable to find peace. Some say she's searching for something, perhaps the stone cover that was never properly replaced, perhaps her daughter to whom she never said goodbye, perhaps simply an end to her tormented existence. Others say she's still trying to guard the spring, even in her monstrous form, keeping people away from the Loch lest they too be claimed by the waters of chaos. On certain nights, when the moon is full and the water is still, people swear they can hear a sound rising from the depths, not the cry of an animal, but something that might once have been a woman's voice, singing the ancient prayers that should have been spoken that fateful Samhain night so long ago. The tourists who come seeking the monster with their cameras and their sonar see only the surface mystery. They look for a prehistoric creature, a living dinosaur, something that can be explained by science and categorized by biology. But the locals know better. They know that what dwells in Loch Ness is no natural beast but a curse made flesh, a warning etched in water about the price of broken oaths and neglected duties. And so Maeve remains, neither alive nor dead, neither woman nor monster, swimming through the dark waters of what was once her home. The spirit's curse holds her fast, and it will hold her until that impossible day when someone demonstrates the same unwavering devotion she once showed, when someone proves that duty and honor still matter in a world that has largely forgotten such things. Perhaps that day will never come. Perhaps Maeve is doomed to swim those waters until the end of time, a living monument to one moment of weakness, one evening of neglected duty, one stone cover left improperly placed. Or perhaps somewhere in the future someone will remember, someone will honor the old ways, someone will prove worthy of the spirit's forgiveness. Until then, the creature in the Loch endures, neither seeking nor avoiding human contact, simply existing in her endless exile, and the waters of Loch Ness keep their secrets, dark and deep and cold, concealing the drowned village, the sacred spring, and the transformed guardian who once loved her people enough to die for them, but not enough, in that one fatal moment, to stay at her post. This is the true origin of the Loch Ness monster, according to those who remember the oldest tales. Not a creature of nature, but a creature of curse. Not a survivor from the age of dinosaurs, but a guardian transformed by her own failure and her daughter's carelessness. And if you ever find yourself standing on the shores of Loch Ness, staring out at those dark waters, remember Maeve. Remember that some duties are sacred. Remember that some responsibilities cannot be abandoned without consequence. Remember that the price of negligence can be measured in drowned villages and eternal curses. And if you see something break the surface, something large and ancient and sad, spare a thought for the woman who still swims below, the faithful guardian whose one moment of weakness cost her everything and gave Scotland its most enduring mystery. As our night of tales draws to a close, the fire burns low, reduced to embers glowing red as a dragon's eye. Beyond the cottage walls, the darkness begins to retreat before the coming dawn, and with it, the spirits and beings we've spoken of slip back into their hidden places. The Selkies return to the deep waters, singing their haunting songs where no human ear can hear. The Cailleach rests in her mountain caves, gathering strength for the next turn of the seasons. The bean nigh fades with the darkness, her washing done for now, and the brownies and other house spirits retreat to their corners and crannies, content with their night's work and their simple offerings. These tales we've shared are not merely stories, but threads in the vast tapestry of Scottish identity, woven from the experiences and imaginations of countless generations. They helped our ancestors make sense of a world that could seem cruel and arbitrary, giving shape to forces beyond their understanding and control. In the stories of Selkies, they grappled with loss and longing, with the consequences of taking what should not be taken. In the tales of the Cailleach, they found meaning in the turning of season and reassurance that even winter's harshest grip must eventually yield to spring. In the warnings of the Bean Nigh, they confronted the inevitability of death and the futility of trying to escape fate. And in the stories of brownies and house spirits, they learned the value of reciprocity and respect for those who help us, seen or unseen. These are not the polished myths of classical civilizations, with their grand temples and elaborate theologies. These are Earthia stories born in peat smoke and whispered by firelight, passed from generation to generation, with each teller adding their own embellishments, their own local details, their own understanding. They speak of a world where humans were not the only conscious beings, where every feature of the landscape might have its own awareness, its own agency. A world where respectful coexistence with forces beyond human control was not merely wise but necessary for survival. Do these beings still exist? Have they ever existed outside of human imagination? Such questions perhaps miss the point. The stories endure because they speak to something true, about the land, about human nature, about the mysteries that linger at the edges of our understanding. Even now, in an age of electric light and scientific reason, Scotland retains something of its ancient character. The mountains still loom dark and imposing. The lochs still hold their secrets in unfathomable depths. The wild places still feel wild, untamed by human civilization. And sometimes on certain nights, when the moon is new or full, when the mist rolls in from the sea and the wind carries strange sounds, one might almost believe that the old tales are true, that somewhere out there beyond the reach of human eyes, the ancient beings still move about their timeless business. The selkies still swim in seal form through the cold Atlantic waters. The kayak still walks her mountains in winter hammer in hand. The bean nye still washes at lonely fords. And brownies still slip through farmhouse shadows, doing their work unseen. Believe or don't believe as you will, the stories care not whether you credit them. They've survived for centuries, and they'll survive for centuries more, as long as there are people to tell them and listeners willing to hear. So, as dawn breaks and the night's enchantment fades, we carry these tales with us back into the everyday world. We remember them when we pass a lonely ford, when we hear strange sounds in the night, when we leave offerings for luck, when winter seems too long and we wait for spring's return. The old magic may be fading from the world, worn away by progress and reason, but it's not gone entirely. It lingers in the wild places, in the spaces between, in the stories we tell when darkness falls. And perhaps that's exactly where it belongs. Not quite real, not quite imaginary, but something in between. Like Scotland itself, neither fully knowable nor entirely mysterious, but partaking of both qualities at once. So as you leave this fireside and return to your own world, carry these tales with you. Remember the warnings and the wisdom they contain. Respect the old places and the old ways, even if you don't quite believe in them. You never know when such respect might matter. And if ever you find yourself on a lonely Scottish shore at sunset, and you see seals watching you with eyes too knowing to be merely animal, remember the tale of the Selkie's bargain. If you hear singing that makes your heart ache with impossible longing, remember that not everything beautiful is meant to be possessed. If winter seems too harsh and too long, remember the kayak and trust that spring will come in its appointed time. If you pass a ford at night and hear the sound of washing, remember the bean nye and perhaps find another path. And if you're ever fortunate enough to have a brownie in your house, remember to leave the cream and oatcake, and never take such help for granted. For the old beings may be hidden, but they are not gone. They watch and wait, patient as only immortals can be, maintaining the ancient patterns, keeping the old bargains, bearing witness to the endless cycle of seasons and generations. And sometimes, just sometimes, they reach out and touch the mortal world, reminding us that there is more to existence than what we can see and measure and understand. So sleep well, dear listeners, and may your dreams be filled with seal songs and mountain winds, with helpful spirits and ancient powers, with all the wild magic that yet lingers in Scotland's forgotten corners. And when you wake, remember, not everything is as it seems. The world is stranger and more wondrous than our daylight minds would have us believe. The stories tell us so. Good night, peaceful wanderers, and may the old folk watch over you until we meet again. So, as dawn breaks and the night's enchantment fades, we carry these tales with us back into the everyday world. We remember them when we pass a lonely ford, when we hear strange sounds in the night, when we leave offerings for luck, when winter seems too long and we wait for spring's return. The old magic may be fading from the world, worn away by progress and reason. But it's not gone entirely. It lingers in the wild places, in the spaces between, in the stories we tell when darkness falls. And perhaps that's exactly where it belongs. Not quite real, not quite imaginary, but something in between. Like Scotland itself, neither fully knowable nor entirely mysterious, but partaking of both qualities at once. So as you leave this fireside and return to your own world, carry these tales with you. Remember the warnings and the wisdom they contain. Respect the old places and the old ways, even if you don't quite believe in them. You never know when such respect might matter. And if ever you find yourself on a lonely Scottish shore at sunset, and you see seals watching you with eyes too knowing to be merely animal, remember the tale of the Selkie's bargain. If you hear singing that makes your heart ache with impossible longing, remember that not everything beautiful is meant to be possessed. If winter seems too harsh and too long, remember the kayak and trust that spring will come in its appointed time. If you pass a ford at night and hear the sound of washing, remember the bean nigh and perhaps find another path. And if you're ever fortunate enough to have a brownie in your house, remember to leave the cream and oatcake, and never take such help for granted. For the old beings may be hidden, but they are not gone. They watch and wait, patient as only immortals can be, maintaining the ancient patterns, keeping the old bargains, bearing witness to the endless cycle of seasons and generations. And sometimes, just sometimes, they reach out and touch the mortal world, reminding us that there is more to existence than what we can see and measure and understand. So sleep well, dear listeners, and may your dreams be filled with seal songs and mountain winds, with helpful spirits and ancient powers, with all the wild magic that yet lingers in Scotland's forgotten corners. And when you wake, remember, not everything is as it seems. The world is stranger and more wondrous than our daylight minds would have us believe. The stories tell us so. Good night, peaceful wanderers, and may the old folk watch over you until we meet again.